Yo, yo, yo. Good morning, good morning. Let's see what we end up doing today. So the idea is that we're going to get the full terraforming pipeline to work once again, now with a much better system in the back. But during this process, I noticed that we have a little bit of a problem when it comes to, let's see if I can do this one right here. So the idea is that this one should have, it's a temporary UI element, definitely. Just want to put that out there. But the idea is that this one should have a blurred background of whatever is behind it with a white tint on top, just like this. When we do blurring, however, if we want to blur a lot, it's always a good idea to go down in MIP levels instead of making the kernel bigger, because the bigger the kernel, the more resources we're gonna take, right, for a simple blur effect. So it's usually better to keep kernel size at around 3 and go down in MIP map levels, not too far, because then it gets pixelated. But it turns out that after migrating to Unity 6 and learning the new render feature system that is in place, something in that process, I don't know exactly where, but somewhere in that process we lost the ability to properly generate MIP levels for our scene texture, which we need to blur. So I'm going to start off today, but to see if we can solve this problem. If we can't solve it within a reasonable time frame, I'm going to move on and just put it up as a new issue. But hopefully we'll be able to solve it, and then we will continue onwards as normal with the terraforming pipeline. What's up, Harukanan? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. I think I also got to the bottom of why my microphone was clipping off a little bit too early last week. For some reason, Windows had lowered my mic volume to 60% instead of 95. That should be taken care of now, but okay. Was good. Hope you had a nice one as well. I did. Thank you for asking. So all of this stems from, we have a render feature here called create scene texture. It's basically just one pass, and what we do here is we have altered this one quite a bit last week. It was a little bit cleaner previously. Previously we just had this and this, I think. But the thing is, like, this render feature, it injects itself in the render pipeline, and at some point we chose it ourselves. I think it's after rendering Skybox. We just grab whatever is outputted to the screen and we blit that into a texture of our choice, with some additional bells and whistles. So set global texture after pass. We want this texture, which we blit into, to be available to all shaders after this pass. So we don't want to release it. That's why we call this one. And then we set the render function for this render feature, or this render pass as well. We clear the render target. I don't think we need to do that because we're doing a blit. We're doing a blit with the default blit material, I think. So we should override each pixel anyway. So we don't need to clear it. We can remove this. Everything here looks good. It works, except for that we don't get our MIPS. Okay. This one is a little bit of a tricky. Since we want our texture to be available globally after the pass, this adds some extra constraints and some additional stuff we need to do. I thought that we were doing it roughly in the correct way, but something is off. So at the end of last stream, I noticed one thing. So I have this other render feature in my game. It's called highlighter. It's not it's highlight render pass. So we can take a look at this one. So basically what this one does is, or here we define two different render passes. One that generates some sort of highlight data. It basically just renders a select set of renderers to a texture. And then we have a second pass which takes this and blits it into a or we actually blit it into the output to the screen, right? And we use a custom material here to shape and visually change the highlight we get from the data render. So if we highlight an object, we render that object to a texture, but fully white. And then we have a blit pass that do some kernel logic and stuff like this. In this case, we don't have a global texture, right? Because like we generate the texture and then we use it in the pass after, and then we throw it away. We don't need it anymore. These two passes actually, so when we generate the data texture here, we actually generate it with MIP levels. And this is what bothers me. Like, why does it work in this case, but not in our other case? I wonder, we can try something with this. So let me jump over to this one. In the scene texture, what we do here is that we actually define a render texture out here. I thought this was necessary to make it global, but maybe it isn't. That's my first question. And then we import this render texture here. I wonder if we want to try and do... If we skip importing it... I think if we skip importing it, reallocate handle if needed. I wonder if we can clean this up a bit. So I'm gonna try. Let's do this and this and this. Set global texture. Yeah, this is some testing we did previously. add render pass. Here I want to do create scene texture pass dot setup. But I want to try and do this setup without sending something in. Could it be? Just gonna do this. Create texture. Would like a descriptor here. Okay, fuck it. I want to see what happens if we do create texture instead. So I wonder what happens if... Do we have name here? We have one overload. Look, and I added this style. Transform rotate -1 degree to the log on our login page. Wonder how long it will take to get a bug report on it. I mean, how noticeable is it? If it's an extremely long logo, I guess the difference would be quite apparent. What's up, Mip? Sorry about the pronunciation. I've tried learning the Cyrillic letter system a while back, but I don't remember it that good. Your tutorial about custom lighting is insane. Thank you, appreciate it. Sadly, it doesn't support Forward Plus. Yeah. I basically, ever since URP was introduced in Unity, that is the only thing I've been using. I think it's amazing. So that's pretty much the only render pipeline in Unity I'm comfortable with. Maybe if I get the time sometime, I might try and add support for other pipelines as well. Harukan and OCD people will notice it instantly. Yeah, I can imagine. I think it's very cool with people that can notice slight changes. Okay, so this scene texture here, I wonder if we can do scene texture handle dot name or fuck it, never mind. We're gonna do it like this. I want to try and comment this out. This might not be the this might be extremely non-performant, what I'm gonna do now, but I want to see if it works. So basically we're gonna create a texture every damn frame. Best case scenario, I would like to allocate it and reuse it, right? You always just want to allocate and reuse when you can. But if this works with recreating the texture each frame, we can go from there, basically. Yo, what's up, Ice Gray? Torque 3D engine. I've heard about it before, I think, but never used it. I don't know anyone who has used it either. Torque 3D, what do we have? Released in 2009. I don't know. Do we have some games created with it? Reception and usage. I don't know. Doesn't seem that widely used. But I mean, Torque Game Engine is an open source cross-platform 3D computer game engine. It's initially developed by Garage Games, but since it's open source, I guess people are still gonna use it. BeamNG created on Torque, I don't know what that is. Harukan and I have a running gag on people who leave their PCs unlocked. I open the browser console and rotates the webmail client page upside down. Jesus, I guess you're loved in the office. Fuck, I'm in this phase where everything that can go wrong with computers seem to be going wrong with my computers currently. So it feels like I'm on the edge of losing it. If I came back after lunch and were just to use the webmail client and it didn't work or it was rotated, I would fucking lose it, man. But then again, I always lock my computer. So I would be okay in that regard. Maybe it's strange that you need to allocate and release a texture every frame in render graph. I didn't find another way to create render texture when I was making volumetric smokes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The thing is, we actually have a solution here where we don't need to do it. We just do reallocate handle if needed. And I think the initial way we did it here doesn't release and reallocate it in every frame. It might. We're gonna have to look into that. But the problem is that the way we did it, we didn't get any MIP levels So I'm just trying some things around here. I'm pretty sure, like the new render graph system in Unity 6, or scriptable render features and stuff like that, seems to be very well implemented. Like, I like it very much. So I think there should be a way to keep a texture around between frames. But we're definitely going to look into that. Like, what we want to do now is we just want to make this render feature work as it's supposed to once again. When we have the functionality in place, we can look into what actually happens behind the scenes. Okay, so what I'm going to do this time around is we're going to create the texture just like we do it here. Like this. I don't want to change the format though, so we're gonna remove that one. So, and I want to rename this one. Oh shit, I have a new keyboard. I don't know what my F2 is. It this one? Yeah, it is. We're gonna call this one scene texture description. Like this, get active color texture, and then we use this description here, and we do create texture instead. And scene texture internal name scene texture. Okay, that's good. So we don't do any setup. Okay, let's go through this one real quick. So we have the full picture of this one. We have a scriptable render feature, right? We have some static strings here. This one we don't use. This one we use. We have render pass event to tell us when we want to inject this or where we want to inject this pass. And then we have our create scene texture pass. In the render feature itself, we have override create. Everything we do here is we just create this pass. We instantiate it at this point. And then we have add render passes. We call setup here. Setup doesn't currently do anything. And then we queue the pass. Pretty straightforward, bare bones. Nothing can really go wrong here, I don't think. Then we have the pass in question. We have a pass data, source and destination. Because we're going to do a blit, so we need a source and we need a destination. We have a name here as well, so we can properly look at this one with the correct name. Okay, setup doesn't do anything. Record render graph. We get universal resource data. We create a texture description from active color texture. We take this description and then we change it a bit. Use MIP map, auto generate MIPs, filter mode, wrap mode. We might want to count, what is it? We might want to, what do we have this one here? Maybe we don't. I thought that we might have this one here, how many MIPs we want to generate. So we create the description, we alter it a tiny bit, and then we create a new texture. This one I'm a little bit worried about, but we will see. Then we add a render pass, we set source and destination. We set this one to be our render target, or actually here. We just tell this, use this texture, this is our render target. We don't want to cull this pass. We make the texture we created here global after the pass. I'm a bit scared that it might be deleted. We'll see. It shouldn't. Then we set the render function, we clear render target here, we probably don't need to. And then we blit. Pretty straightforward. We get something like this. Let's see if we get any recompile errors here. Actually, let's restart it to make sure. I mean, it's not a problem because I compared it with previous code on old URP, and render graph became 4 times faster even with every frame texture allocation. So maybe it must be done so. Maybe. Maybe it doesn't really allocate a texture every frame. Yeah, that's true. In the end, as long as it's faster, right? Okay, so here we have it. It works. It still works with LO or default MIP level 0, but if we go to 1, it still doesn't work. Let's take a look here. Do we have... Create scene texture pass. Unnamed from render texture. I guess it's this one. Then we read it here, then we read it. Why is it unnamed? We actually, yeah, we don't have it allocated here, so yeah. I want to take a look at frame debugger. We're going to do this. Pause, enable. Create scene texture pass. Blit texture. This is our scene texture. I would love to be able to check if we have MIPS in some easy way here. Unfortunately, I can't seem to find it. Let's enable highlighter, pause, highlight apply material. So this one 100% has access to LODs, right? Or MIP levels. I want to see highlight render pass, lit texture. And here, this one actually has unnamed from render texture descriptor, unnamed as well. We want to name these later on. But here we can see in the texture name that we have MIPS here. If we take a look at environment, this one right here, unnamed command buffer. Oh, well, whatever. Where do we have our create scene texture? For this one, we don't have MIPS in the name. Okay. So there still is a difference between these two. For some reason. I am a little bit afraid that yeah, I am a little bit, I don't know, but it might be that this one, context CDM draw render list, generate the MIPS for us, while this one doesn't. That would suck. And like the CMD we get here, the command buffer, this one doesn't have, like normally when you just get a command buffer, then you can tell the command buffer to generate MIPS. I don't think this command buffer has that method though, which fucking sucks. Yeah. So if this is the case, that it's the blit texture call here that doesn't generate MIPS for us, and draw render list does, what can we do about that? We don't do anything else. That's weird. Actually, we use a custom material here. And we use render graph add blit pass instead. This is how we previously did it. So if we do, oops, we add this one back. We do. We leave this one empty. It sucks, but we definitely, this is the important line, and we need render pass here. We add blit pass like this instead. Scene texture handle. Still gray. Okay. That's not good. Now this texture still doesn't get MIPS. But that is actually the blit texture. That is true. Draw transparent objects. That's not the one I want. Actually, let's do this. And then we add prototype transparent. Transparent blur box. Yeah, let's try this one. And kernel size 3, then we get a little bit of a blur. Kernel size 1, then we just get this. We just get the color, okay. Draw transparent objects, plane. Here we have it. Blit texture. Okay. We should be seeing the scene texture here. Use shade, a universal random pipeline. This is not the one. Texture quad. Used shader. That's not the one. Transparent blur box. Here we go. Okay, here we have it. Scene texture. Here we have it, unnamed from render texture descriptor MIPS. So we do have MIPS here, but for some reason where do we have it? Ice Grave, what means creature collecting? Pokemon killer? Nah. I don't know if you have played Chow Garden or Viva Pinata, but it's more like those games than Pokemon. Okay. So here we have it. Render plane. We use transparent blur box. Our scene texture is this one. The texture itself should have MIPS, but MIPS 1 MIPS 0 works. 1, 2, disable 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As soon as we go down, we don't have any information. Okay, but now we have a state. Now we don't need to replay and we can change here and check the changes instantly. So that's a little bit better. Render graph utils. Let's do if we do the blit with this one instead. Blit material. But yeah. Yeah, it's this one. This one that writes to the texture and generates MIPS. Okay, let's do some Googling. Hi parent, what's up? Just fighting with the render pipeline, I guess. Yeah, this... I don't want to... everything points towards us having to do this ourselves with some compute shaders, and I don't like it. Now, if we do let me open up a link here once again. I want to take a look at these. Output texture. Mm. Copy pass. Is this what we want to do instead? We can try this. Create texture. We have access to these. And let's do it like this. Copy pass. Guess it's preferable if we're not going to do any custom stuff. Okay, we have the same result as previously here as well. Okay. I want to take a look at this one as well. Render textures to output the result too. Raw procedural though. Import texture. This tells me if I want to try and do it like this. So when we create a render texture here, I want to double check one thing. This one. So this one. When a render texture is with mipmaps, use mipmap, then by default rendering into it generates all the mipmap levels. Beautiful, right? So my question then is, if we can build this render feature in such a way that we render into, like when we do a blit, like is blit rendered into? I would say so, especially if you use a material to do the blit. The mip generation happens automatically only after rendering into this render texture. When active render target is switched to some other render texture. Like, I don't want to do any of this stuff. So if we define a render texture and then during the pass we render into that render texture, and we have use mip map and auto generate mips on that render texture, like everything tells me that at the end of all of this we should have mips or mip maps, right? Which makes me wonder if I want to skip this. We want to instantiate a temporary render texture here, which we store, but we don't want to use it. We just want to use it during the render feature. The render feature will render into a render texture we define here, and then we're done. So that's what I want to try and do. And if we have this code, we can probably use this one. So we're gonna go through this one, take the parts of this one that we want, and hopefully that should work. Because we don't... So with the current solution, I think we create a texture during the pass with texture handle, and we render it into it during the pass, and then we use that one. But like what I want to do is I want to define a render texture outside here, and then during the pass I want to render into that render texture. I want to try this because I'm pretty sure we shouldn't need to use compute shaders and other stuff to get our MIP levels, right? Or I want to test every possible approach except for that one before we do that one. Yeah, so let's do this. So what I'm gonna do now is material to use. I guess this one is the whoa. Okay. Fuck, that's true. Instead of doing a blit, we can do it like this. Draw procedural, okay. So they don't use blit here, they use draw procedural. A quad, I suppose. RG context, okay. Okay. I want to try this. Can we do... Okay, let's take it like this. Create scene texture. We have this one on the master, the one that sort of worked. And so let's start out with this one, and I want to see. Where do I have my end? One sec. Okay. MRT pass, we're gonna call this one. Really. Create scene texture, render feature. I wonder if we can create scene texture pass. Texture handle for the color, input texture name for the material. I'm gonna try and do this one with Blit first of all, and then we might do it with the text name and material. RT handle. Okay, so we do it like this. Setup. What do we have here? We send in text name, material, and render texture. We're just gonna send in one here. We don't need to do this. We want to do this. And we want to do this. Okay. And for this one, we want to rename it. Okay. Wasn't it Control F2, Shift F2, Alt? MRTs, or actually we want to remove this one as well. Scene RT handle. We send in a render texture here. Oops. So what do we do? Scene RT handle if it's null, or if the render texture doesn't point to this one, then we release it and we allocate a new one. And then we want the information here as well. I've done this before, or something extremely similar. Scene render target info. With height bind ms, and here we also want to add mip. Don't we have something like that? Auto. Or actually, that's okay. We don't need anything with MIPS here. The render texture we're going to render into will have it. Record render graph. Okay. So what do we do here then? Record render graph. Here we create 3. I don't think we need to do this, nor this, or this, this, or this. Instead, we're gonna do texture, handle, handle, import texture, and here we do scene RT handle, and scene render target info. Okay, delete, delete, using MRT pass. Get this one, and then we'll say do active color texture, beautiful. Text name, material. We don't do these right now, but it should be okay. Set input attachment, set color attachments. Here we just do handle, index 0 then, I guess. And then we set the render function, okay? Execute pass. Set texture, yes. And then we do draw procedural. This one Data material. Yeah. So this right here, I want to try one. We're going to go off script a tiny bit here. I'm going to comment this one out, and I'm going to comment this one out. And in fact, we don't really use any of this, but what I want to do is render graph dot add lit pass like we did previously. Source, resource data. Let's do it like this then. Frame data, get universal resource data dot active color texture destination handle. And then I don't want to do anything else, but we need to scale vector 2.1 offset vector 2.0, and that should be it. So we're going to try this first. If this doesn't work, we're going to go back to this one. So I guess what they are basically doing here is, it's my understanding, or at least it was like that previously. So when you do a blit, you actually do, you pretty much do draw procedural, you draw quad at screen sized, and then you copy from one texture to the other in the shader. And I guess that's pretty much what they're doing here. So instead of doing instead of adding a blit pass, they draw it procedural like this. And this might actually be the key to getting our MIPS, because here, when we do draw render list like this, we do get MIPS. When we used blit later on, we didn't. But what I want to try here is that we define render textures in the render feature, and then we send it down to the render pass, and we render to that render texture. If that render texture is set up with auto-generated MIPS, we should be seeing this. So the render texture itself, as soon as it gets rendered to, which it does with blit, I think, it should also generate MIPS. But we will see if this is true. MRT material, we're going to call this one blit material. Maybe keeping texture name, color texture, scene texture. And here, what we're going to do is we have render texture, or we're going to call this scene render texture. And I wonder, we're probably going to remove this, do it like that. Then we have the passing question, and what did I call it? Create scene texture pass. Let's do it like this then. New create scene texture pass. When we want to do it, this I want to define myself. Let's do it public then. Render pass event. Like that. Yeah. Add render pass, rendering data. Early exit. I want to quit this one. I want to quit this one as well. And I think for now we're actually going to do equal to null. Setup. Lit material, we don't really use this one. And then render texture, this one we just call scene render texture. Okay, one thing, we need to create the render texture here. So we're going to do it in create. We create the pass event first, and then we do scene render texture is equal to new render texture. We can do a render texture description. We have here width, height, color format, depth buffer bits, MIP count. Hell yeah. I think highlight render pass. No, here we don't do that. Okay. The only problem is that we're gonna have, I don't know, to do something like that. Future me problem. And then I guess we want to do camera dot main dot size or screen pixel width, scaled pixel width, or is it dot height, color format? I think we're gonna go with our ARGB 32 for now. Depth buffer bits, I don't care about depth. MIP count, what is it? Texture dot MIP, generate all MIPs. And that's it. And then when we create the render texture, we use this one. Should get us, I think we should have the correct width and height. Width, height, ARGB 32, 0, no depth buffer, generate all MIPs. Generate all MIPs in extremely important, but something else that is extremely important is auto-generate MIPs. Oh, come on. True. And something use MIP map. Let's set that one first. Use MIP map equal to true. Okay, so let's take a look at this one right now. Create the pass, create the texture. One thing I want to do as well is after we have created it, I want to do shader.set global texture. Scene render texture. We want to set name first. Texture name and scene render texture. So the idea is that we create a global render texture here, which should be available in all shaders. And during the pass, each frame we take whatever we are about to put out to the screen and we write it to this specific render texture, which is globally available to all shaders. And this render texture has use mipmap true and auto generate mips true. And I'm leaning heavily, like everything is based on this documentation here. By default, rendering into it generate all the mipmap levels. When I look at this, the only thing I can think fail is this, but all my understanding around all of these things tells me that this is rendering into the texture. So when we render into this one, we generate MIPS. And this is basically what we want to try. Let's see if we have any compiler errors, and let's see if we have any errors whatsoever. Okay, this is not a good sign. The passed-in texture handle does not have a valid descriptor. This is multi-common caused by handle referencing a built-in texture such as the system back buffer. Passed-in texture handle does not have a valid descriptor. So we're talking about this one. And here we import the texture. We have render target info. Oh, no, texture name, blit material scene, render texture. I know that I've had this issue previously. Allocate We want to do this here. Why are you using VS Code instead of Rider? I get that question a lot. I actually enjoy VS Code. Don't know what Rider brings instead of like what does Rider have that is a must-have that VS Code doesn't? Does not have a valid texture description. That's fucking weird. So when we do this render target info, so what if we do this instead? Then this one should have a descriptor. Importing this texture should... I wonder about this one. 3 GB in your ROM. Oh, that might be true. And I want to double check. But like, I don't know, I've never felt... I'm content with VS Code. Is it this one that screws it up for us? What the fuck? So we don't even use that one still. What the fuck? Passed in texture handle does not have a valid descriptor. Is it because we need to do this? Okay, so let's move back from this one. We add this one. And we do this. And we do this. What happens? Yeah, we don't have a blit material. We have a default blit material. Okay, let's build one. Why did you decide to allocate a texture not from render graph? Like, my end result, I want my end result to be in a render texture in this specific render texture, because I want to see if, like, the end goal here is that we want to have a scene texture with MIP levels. That's the entire end goal of this render feature. When we previously worked with texture handles and made them global inside the render graph, we ended up with, we got the scene texture, but we didn't get the MIP levels because the MIP levels weren't automatically generated. You could generate them yourself using compute shaders, but I don't want to do that, so I want to see if this works. So we have a render texture that exists outside the render graph, and then we tell the render graph to render into it. But we'll see. So let's create a quick blit material here. Where do we have shaders? And then I think I have render features, scene texture, outlines, apply, blit. Let's duplicate this one. Scene texture, blit, or simple blit. And I want to put it in functional shaders. Simple blit. We don't want transparent. Opaque. Universal pipeline. Set right off, cull off. What is it? 1, 0. Simple blit. Functional, simple blit. Core blit, vertex frag, outline color, we don't care about that one. Texture 2D. No, we call it blit texture. That's actually true, so we don't need that one. We sample it. Something like that. Functional materials. Simple lit. Functional shaders. Do we have a compile error for this one? That's going to be hard to see once this one tries to execute all the time. Util blend, okay. We don't need util blend. Where do we have this one then? Oh yeah. Okay, so now we have that working. Simple blit, functional shaders, simple blit. So then we have simple blit here. So then we go to renderer, create scene texture. The material here should be simple blit. Oops. And then I wonder, create scene texture. We want to do set texture data text name, so it's this one, right? Fuck, it's this one. Oh, that's true. Let's do this then. Lit texture. Set up texture name, blit material, scene render texture. We can fix this one later on as well. What do we have? What do we have? Okay, let's try and activate this one again. I'm a little bit... I want to remove this again and add this one back. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And we'll try and add this back, hopefully. Okay, progress. Progress. Ish. Plain Frame debugger enable, draw transparent, plane, scene texture. Okay. Okay. It renders as at least. Or it doesn't crash. Okay. So why don't we get the result I expect? We have outlines here. Are they actually blurred? Fuck, they are. Ah. Plane 1. Okay. So the problem here currently is that our scene texture is just pure. It's just gray, basically. We never really draw to it. How big is it? 256, 1440. Import texture. Mip, why are you using draw procedural instead of blit texture? That's a good question. We can try with blitter as well. And this is just so the source render feature we use to implement this uses this. This is highly inspired by this currently, which is a render feature that just takes a set of render textures and renders to them, basically. Although I prefer this one instead of blitter blit, but we can try with blitter blit as well. Although I wonder. X name here, blit texture. Yeah. Material text name is null or empty. It shouldn't. Yeah, what I think is happening here is the same thing it complained about previously. Ah, fuck, I want to check here. Frame debugger, create scene texture, blit texture. It's just gray. We don't get the correct texture here. Size 1616. Draw procedural. Okay. So our blit texture, this one, data color, pass data, texture handle, resource data active color texture. We set it here. We don't need to do this. Oh. This one. Execute pass data. Shouldn't it be pass data? Actually surprised it didn't give a warning. Enable. If that were the case. No. Blit texture still 1616. If we have data here. Oh, yeah. Outward pass data. Oh, oops. Is it actually, let's see here. Bit texture. Oh, could it be? Okay. MSA sample 0 or -1. I never remember. Why don't we render, or why aren't we able to fetch active color texture, use texture pass data color? Is this the wrong one? Active color texture. Oh, one sec. Renderer after rendering skybox. That's correct. Simple blit texture. And we set it here. Material set texture data text name. Text name. If it's null or empty, set it to blit texture. Otherwise, set it to whatever we send in. And we do send in texture name, which is blit texture. Maybe you want to create render feature that just copies camera color and creates MIP maps. Yes, 100%. That is spot on. I just did it, I think. Oh, nice. Any pointers are very much appreciated. I wonder. Yeah, feel free to share a link, GitHub or something like that. Blit texture. What the fuck? Create scene texture. This is what we get. 16 times 16. Yeah, something is fucked with this one. 010. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Size. No, I do not have Odin. Okay, we have a few things that are wrong here. Why do we have this size here is my question. We're gonna do... No, these we want to go... Now we have the correct size at least, but the blit texture itself, it's still... I wonder. If we want to go active color texture resource data, I want to try and do... Oh, we still do this. Ultron, what's up? What's up? Is that DevOps? I have no idea what that question means. Like, what are you doing on the IDE? Implementing a custom renderer feature in Unity is what we're doing. I don't get this at all. Resource data, frame data, active color texture. Why is our text... Why don't we properly transfer the texture down? That makes no sense. Yeah, I develop games, yeah. Create scene texture 16 times 16. Blit texture. Okay, let's be extremely explicit here. Set texture, blit texture. Data color. This is our texture handle. Texture handle, we just get it from universal resource data, so shouldn't be any questions about that one. Could be... Fuck, I know what is... I think I know what's wrong. I think I know what's wrong. There we go. Okay, disable, we have it here. But we still... Frame debugger, enable, create scene texture. Blit texture is this one, that's good. So then if we do draw transparent objects, we do plane, scene texture, it's actually just fully blue right now, is that what I'm seeing? Okay, so that's one step in the correct direction. I wonder if we need to do color format. We're gonna do color format here. I want to do camera dot main dot active texture dot format. So when we blit from one texture to the other, we probably want to have the same format. Then we get this. That's not good. '84, '84, '84. Interesting. But actually, that doesn't matter. Let's do this. Format, render texture, graphics format. I wonder if we want to do import texture, scene, render target info. And let's do this. Render target info, and then we do handle info dot format is equal to active color texture dot format. Can't we do it like that? But this will probably... Okay. Create scene texture. Our blit texture is correct. Is this the result of our scene texture? Because that doesn't look very good. The blit texture is correct though. Pure blue. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Explains it. So, we don't have any text chords. I guess it depends on what kind of blit you do. Let's try this with the blitter instead. So we do blitter, blit. Which one is it we want to use? Blitter dot blit camera texture. Can we use blit texture? Actually, let's do it like this. Highlight render pass. RG context.cmd. Data dot color. How did we solve it previously? Yeah, we set it here, set render attachment. Okay, let's send in this one as well. Let's call this one source actually. And public texture handle test. If we do it like this, we're gonna try some different approaches. But we don't need to set this, I don't think. Instead we do pass data dot dest is equal to handle source, and then we do dot blit camera texture context actually it's a material here. I want material. Do we have that? Material and then pass. Source, destination, material, pass. What am I missing? CMD, source, destination, material. It could be... Why doesn't it recognize raster command buffer 2? Oh, yeah. Let's do lit. Can we use this one here? Render target identifier destination. Lit texture, this one actually take raster command buffer. Let's try. RG context. Okay, source, scale bias, material. There we go. So we do lit texture instead. Hopefully we get some text chords. Okay. Enable create scene texture. Beautiful. Simple blit. We don't return the text chords. Instead we return this. Here we get the color this time around. Draw transparent objects. Looks good. This one right here. What do we have? Scene texture. Beautiful. And now to the final test. We still don't have MIPS. Now I'm really starting to... yeah, I wonder if it's because of the blitter. Incredibly annoying, to say the least. I wonder. Makes me want to double check. Blur box, transparent. If we're doing something wrong here. Actually, we might. Outline. Default blur level. Outline data. We're gonna do this. Now I'm almost starting to think that this one might... something might be wrong with this one, so we're gonna do... we're gonna do a simple test shader for this one. Object shaders, HSL. Transparent test. Where do we have it? MISC, prototype materials, transparent. Default blur level, yeah, this one we might want to have. Transparent test, extremely simple, plain. Let's use transparent test material. There we go. We just render whatever is in the scene. And then we go default blur level 1. Yeah, we still don't have MIPS. This is insane. Scene texture. What is missing here? Uh, we do draw procedural again, which should result in this gray thing. Or this blue one. And then we do transparent test, screen pause. Yeah, we do. In the simple blit, it's text chord we want. Or we could do create scene texture. Oh, Mip, I don't know. Okay, I don't know if you can send links on YouTube. Do you have the possibility to DM me on Discord or send it in email or post it in Twitch chat instead? Oh shit, that link seems yeah, I'm not gonna click that one. But if you have like GitHub or Imgur or something like that, I would appreciate it. I'm a little bit thank you, I appreciate it very much. But like, if we take a look at this implementation we have got going here right now, if we think about the one we had with the blitter, everything is correct. We get I would prefer, like, you could a GitHub is definitely the most preferable. I've been burnt before previously. Like, everything works here. We get the result we want, except for the fact that we don't have MIP maps. I think draw procedural could probably result in it, but we need to... I wonder what happens if we do simple blit input dot one sec. If we take a look at this one, we have text cord here. Is that all we have? SV position. Oh, funny man win. Thank you, appreciate it. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. So we can take a look here, right? I'm very interested in this one. I want to see use texture, set render, attachment. Do we have? And here we have result. Nice. I want to see. Okay. Yeah, let's do a blit texture. Mm. Okay. Okay. So the difference is that we have an RT handle outside here. Huh. We instantiate the RT handle outside of the path. Send it in here. Destination texture. Interesting. Is this good practice? Honestly, I didn't even know this was allowed, but that's very interesting. Very interesting. Hmm. Okay, I want to try this. Appreciate it very much. Hopefully it will work. But I wonder, RT handle, maybe. Very cool. I didn't know. But why not? And then dispose of it. Fucking beautiful. Let's try it. So the difference is, let's see here. Then again, if we rely on blit texture, yeah, we don't even need a blit material. Yeah, that's true. Fuck it, let's try it. That's very interesting. So the biggest difference, if I understand everything, is that we do a render texture handle here. Render texture handle. And then we create render texture descriptor. And here we do .rt. Or can we just do it like this? Thanks, I used it for making cross-image on overlay camera reaction by color inversion of color buffer of the base camera in my FPS. Cross-image. Oh. I would love to see how that looks if you have some image on Twitter or something like that. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to, let's see if we can get the MIPS working. If it actually works, it's very nice. Or actually, I think it works. I just need to implement it in the correct way. Although I am... let's try it. And then we do the reallocate handle if needed. Here we send in... Okay. So I wonder... Okay, I might miss something here, but let's see. We create the render texture descriptor. Then we create rendering utils, reallocate if needed. This one, texture properties, I thought. Render texture descriptor. Render texture. Oh. RT handle, fuck. Do it like this, create it like this, filter mode, bilinear, beautiful, texture mode, clamp, and let's clean it up eventually. Set global texture. When we do the setup here, I wonder if it's enough to send in... We're gonna do the blit, or you do the blit without material, right? I can just do... We don't need this, we don't need this. Let's clean up setup. And we just send in RT handle. This one we need a reference to here, right? RT handle, yes. Like this. We don't need this or this. We don't need destination. We don't need this, nor this, nor this. Use texture, source, set render. Here we do destination. Isn't... Set render attachment, destination imported. Oh yeah. Okay, we want this one as... let's see here. Import texture, yes. Very... So, as texture handle, right? Import texture destination. Destination imported. We set that to the... And then we set this. And then we do... We don't need to set this. We don't want to do this. Instead, we want to do glitter dot... is it blit texture? RG context, CMD. Blit texture, CMD. Context is such a better name here. Copy source texture. Okay. Just do 1, 0, false. Mm. And then I definitely don't want to miss on this one, right? Important. We're going to do some renaming and cleanup here eventually. But let's see here. The biggest difference, which I'm surprised by and appreciate, it would have taken me so long to find this, I think, is that we actually handle the RT handle outside of the pass, send it in, set it and stuff like that, right to it. Yeah, I want to try this. But then, of course, I've probably done a few mistakes here. Simple blit. Yeah, I don't care about that one now. We don't even use it, actually. Okay. And I think we have frame debugger. Let's check this one first of all. Create scene texture. Here we have it. That's beautiful. The blit texture in question. And then we have draw transparent objects. We have our plane with the scene texture. We can see here that it has MIPS, so everything looks very good. Plane, now we have transparent test material, default blur, then it turns black, unfortunately, but it's weird that as soon as I but As soon as I try to read from a different mipmap level, it fails. Am I missing something else? Okay, so have I screwed up something else? Sample level. Transparent test. Sample scene texture level. We just do sample level. If this one is anything but 0, it fails. Let's see. I might have missed. Add raster render pass. And why do you write shaders by yourself if you can simply create full screen shader graph? When I started doing shader stuff, shader graph was pretty bare bones. And I still think it is in some regards. I do a lot of very specific stuff in my shaders that is just either very tedious to do in shader graph or not possible without custom nodes, I guess. But I'm gonna be honest, I think it is 1.5 years or 2 maybe since I last did something in shader graph, so I have no idea how it looks now in Unity 6. Okay, if we want to get this to work, what am I missing? Yo, what's up, Fabic? You can write custom function in shader graph. Yeah. I just find that to be very tedious, unfortunately. I think I do it in my cell shade video as well. Hope you had a great weekend, by the way, Fabic. What am I missing here? Camera color. Is this actually it? Could this actually be? Still fucked. Yeah, maybe I should take the step back to shader graph, but when I think about, so here we have terrain, procedural, water. When I think about writing this shader, or doing this shader in shader graph, I just pass out pretty much. The number of nodes or the number of custom nodes, I don't know. Maybe. The shaders generated by I created volumetric smokes like in CS2 with shader graph. That's hella impressive. The CS2 smoke, by the way, is... I love it. But the thing is, like, you also have the overhead, right, of shader graph. Doesn't it come with... It generates quite a lot of code for pretty simple stuff as well. Fabric, by the way, only custom method of batching will work for me. The new GPU instancing has the same problem like static batching. Okay, unfortunate. Fuck me. I think I do most of the stuff here exactly like you do, but I still don't get it to work. I wonder what custom, or why it doesn't, or what I have screwed up along the way. Auto-generate use. Could it be render texture format default 0? Fuck it, let's do this then. Slowly but surely we're just gonna shader graph gives you like a simple wrapper, more convenient to work with than with the code. Multiple Unity compatibility. Yeah, that's definitely true. Like shader graph, I mean, it was extremely powerful and easy to work with a couple of years back. I can't even imagine how it looks now. Yeah, maybe it's time to get back to shader graph. But first I need to be able to properly fix this issue. I don't get it. Are you sure you have MIP maps for this solution? I don't know what I'm missing. Render texture descriptor. Render texture handle. Scene render texture handle. Reallocate handle if needed. With this descriptor. No, the MIP maps aren't being generated. That's why we're getting this, I reckon. So we have, but it's extremely weird. If we check at create scene texture, or actually if we check draw transparent objects, and when we draw this plane, we can see here that the texture is, it has MIPS in the name at least. But that's all we have. Yeah, we have no MIP. Fucking annoying problem. We properly blit it. Everything works. You can try to generate it by yourself. You mean with compute shaders? That's the whole thing I want to avoid. Like, this is where this full problem comes from. If we take a look at some other render features we have, so like the highlight, this generate MIPS. This does not. Oh yeah, so we do, but do we want to do that here then, or where would we want to? Yeah, but oops. What annoys me is, like, I want to get to the bottom of why do we get MIPS, auto-generated MIPS here, but we don't get it here. So we should do it here. Destination imported. Oh, we can do it on this one, texture handle. Generate MIPS. Yeah, we can try this. But I don't know. It's this. I don't think this. I'm not sure this always executes after this one. That's the problem. So, yeah. MIP maps for this are automatically generated, but I think I did. Okay, we set it to false explicit, so it's true by default. It looks like a sync code, but works. Okay, let's try it. What the fuck? Here we actually have the MIPS. Okay, that's good to know. So what am I doing wrong here? Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Everything is extremely weird here. First of all, this, it works, but it doesn't sit right with me currently. I'm also a little bit scared about using RT handle outside here, but maybe that's common practice, I don't know. And the shader in question is extremely simple. We do scene texture sample level. We just sample it, level here. I wonder if we need to run it for it to properly work. I'm a little bit... So, like, as you said, this looked like a sync code. Like we generate the MIPS. It's not entirely sure that this has executed before this one does, which scares me a bit. Where do we have the plane? Here we have the plane. So that when this one tries to read the MIPS, it doesn't work. But we can actually see that the MIPS exist here. Is it this one? No. Yeah, here we have it gray. So yeah, it's some order of execution. Yep. So that's the whole problem. We can't do this here. Would love to be able to put it in execute pass. But we don't have access to it here, so we're gonna have to do public texture handle destination. And let's use pass data dot destination is equal to this one. do destination, and then after we blit, we do data.destination dot, but we can't generate MIPS on a texture handle. We need to do it on the RT. So yeah, I think we're screwed. We enqueue pass here, but the whole thing is that we want it to automatically generate MIP maps when we're done. Just put RT handle as an argument to execute pass. Yeah, we could try that. That's definitely true. All of this feels a little bit risky, honestly. Let's try it. Let's call it scene texture. And we do destination here then. So we do scene texture dot generate. Scene texture dot RT dot generate MIPS. Still gray. Yeah, we have the MIPS, but then when we use them, we don't. It's extremely weird. Look at this. Like sometimes we have them. You see, like when you develop here, when you do render features, you need to be. It feels like you need to watch every step. So like this works sometimes, but you have. When and where things happens, like order of execution, depends on hardware, depends on so many different parameters. And if we do it like this, unfortunately, we can't. It's not very deterministic. So it's this one. An RT handle outside here, I'm a little bit iffy about. Unfortunately. Mm. We had no problems achieving this with the previous render feature system. It's just this new feature system that's somewhere along it doesn't work. I want to double check one thing. I've actually no idea how to continue with this one. I want to try... maybe... Okay, let's do it like... Yeah, let's do it like this, maybe. Let's experiment a bit more. Graphics format. Nah, probably want to go with... I wonder if we can do it like this. Yeah, it's... fuck, render graph is tricky shit, honestly. But I have... Like, it should work. We should be able to achieve it. So this one right here, if we go with this solution, We get nothing here because I need to do, let's see here, scene texture handle. Set global texture. I would like to try maybe we can check it sooner. I'm pretty sure, like we enqueue. One sec. Now, like when we create the pass, we created it like this, and I tried a few different. Like I tried after skybox and before transparent objects. Pretty sure. Let's do. Let's check it. We have it here, create scene texture. Yeah, it's before, so it should be okay. And you can also see here, we don't have the instantiating the RT handle outside. It's a little bit iffy. But I'm gonna try one thing here. I think we can do it like this. We send in the scene RT, and then I want to do we don't want to remove it. We want to set scene RT handle to global. Fuck, where do we use that one? Oh yeah. Okay, so now we're back to this square, but if I want to see how this looks in render graph, create scene texture. Here we create the texture, here we write to it, here we read it, here we read it. That looks good. One sec, frame debugger enable. The fuck does this one come with? Now we're back to testing things. I think we've already tested. But I'm gonna try this still. Oops. And then I wanna, let's see, run the graph to get the descriptor. Okay. Strange that if I move scene camera all works, if I move sliders in inspector no. Yeah, that's usually a hint that something is out of order. Fuck, at the beginning of today's stream I said that I wouldn't spend too much time on this. And now it's almost 4 hours later. I just can't give up. Oh yeah, we want to have it in. Yeah, we want it in past data. Good news, it works fine now. What did you change? I toggled back auto-generate meatmaps and now it generates and works, but the quality... Oh, that's nice. But what's wrong with the quality? This scene texture, okay. Pass data dot source is equal to resource data dot active auto texture. Pass data dot destination is equal to scene texture handle. Quality is a little bit worse. What the fuck? Which one is my question? Scene texture handle, we create it here, highlight data texture, description. We create a new texture. Is it this one that screws it up? What's wrong in this block here? Is it that we don't create it here? Oh, come on. Active color texture, get descriptor. Then we create texture. Is it the name or something like that? Okay. It's this one, I reckon. Okay. Yeah, because we do create texture instead. Okay. Render target info, that one we tried to use previously. Didn't work. This doesn't give us any errors, but we still don't get our MIPS right. We actually don't even get the first one. Yeah, because we don't do this one anymore. Scene texture handle. Now, I guess the only solution left, if we want to make this properly work, is to generate the MIPS ourselves. And that fucking sucks. I don't know. Or actually, we might have one solution left. There might exist one thing we can still do. And if that doesn't work, I have no idea. What we should do. We're gonna try this one tomorrow because I gotta run soon, I think. It might go 1 hour longer, actually. I want to try this solution. If this doesn't work, we're gonna implement some compute shaders that does it for us. But what I've always returned to is the fact that this generates we actually get MIPS here. We have use auto generate, and it does everything for us. We do draw render list instead of a blit. I think it's the blit that screws us, honestly. So what we can do instead is that we just take a quad, render that quad. Wonder. I wonder. Can I show how it works for me in Discord? Yeah, sure. Send an image or video clip. I'll take a look. I wonder if we can do this. Oops. One sec. If we create it like this and we set it in past data destination like this, we should be able to do this, right? Okay. Now we need to do it like this. Now we need to import it. Import texture. Can we do it like this? Okay. So what I'm wondering here is we import the texture, and then when we render to it, we don't render to it as a blit, but it's so fucking weird. It's so damn weird. That it would work for not a blit. Hey, what's up, Tim? I'm checking the video now. If it loads for me. Gonna let it buffer a while. No. Okay. Okay. I know. Actually, we're gonna try this. Destination. Glitter dot blit texture. Builder. Set render attachment. Destination. Context.cmd. Vector 2.1. So we do it like this again. I'm wondering. I'm wondering. I'm pretty sure this problem started when so if we don't set this one to global, then we have create scene texture pass. We do right access, but then we don't save it. Tim, by the way, I can't seem to get the video to play. I'm gonna try it after stream later on. See if I can make it play. The preview looks hella nice though. Okay, so my last course of action here is that instead of doing a blit, we do some sort of render instead. Or I want to do We have... Wonder if I can do... Render target identifier. Nah, I'm pretty sure it's the blit. Okay, we're gonna try. Let's try what I want to try. If we were to do... I pretty much want to do something exactly like this. Context.cmd.draw mesh procedural, or actually, let's do it like this. Need the material again. I want to try this real quick. So I don't really care what we draw here. I just want to draw something. Let's do... Hell yes, what's up, what's up? Let's just do this. Okay, so we draw something with this material. Yeah, this is enough. This is enough. And then we do... Like, I should have tried this way previously. Do we still have an error here? Yeah, okay. Renderer, material none. Let's do simple blit. Then we get this. Okay. Frame debugger enable. Transparent objects. Plane. Scene texture. It's this one. No, we still don't get any MIPS. Let's do highlighter. Let's go here. Highlighter. Let's pause, enable, highlight render pass, split texture. Look these, what up, good morning, 1 sec. Split texture. Yeah, this motherfucker has MIPS. It makes no sense to me. Highlight render pre-pass. This one, we generate this with MIPS, and we do it with the render feature. We don't do anything special. Oh. Elias, been wondering, are you doing content for YouTube just because you love your work and want to share it with others? Because I'm thinking of starting my own channel where I post random projects and simulation. Do it. Do it. Like, I love creating content about this game I'm making. Like in a dream world, I would also like it to generate some cash, you know? Dude, you've been streaming for 4 hours and YouTube just now sent me a notification. Yeah, sometimes YouTube is a little bit slow with the notifications, but it's been mostly banging my head against a very frustrating problem that makes no fucking sense to me whatsoever. So look at this. I feel like I need to take a deep breath. Highlight render pass. This add raster render pass. This render pass, it takes a list of renderers and renders them to a texture. A texture we create here, though. So a texture we create here. This renders with MIP maps. Okay. When we try to do exactly the same thing, but we try to make this texture global, we succeed in making it global, but we don't get our MIP maps. Elias, do it. Do it, do it, do it. And feel free to post the content in my Discord. I love random projects and simulations. Like, the only thing that differentiate them right now is that we create the texture here. Fuck, can we do... Ah. Oh. Oh. Okay, maybe we can do it like this. We create the texture, we blit into it, and then we blit into our render texture. 2 blits. But if that would make it work, it would be amazing. Because it's this import statement here. This import texture doesn't seem to... I don't know. Okay, let's try it. Let's do this. Texture handle, source, destination. Public texture handle, final destination. I wonder if this is if this works, if it's a bug or something, but let's see. Scene texture handle. We're gonna take this one. And we're gonna do pass data, final destination. It's equal to this one. Our destination, on the other hand, is equal to... We do it like this. Source, active color texture, destination, scene texture description, final destination, scene RT handle. Set global texture after pass, that should be the final destination. Okay. Set render attachment destination, that's good. So then we do draw procedural to this one. We just want to test this one. And then we do blitter lit texture. What do we have here? MIP level. We might as well. Or can we do... source destination. Yeah, let's do this. Add blit pass data. We don't have pass data here. So never mind. But blitter dot, what do we have? Blit camera texture. RT handle source, RT destination. MIP level. Bit color. Like I want to do blit texture, but we might as well. So let's do context.cmd data.source. No. Data.destination, data.final destination, data.material, and 0. Oops. Or we do it like this. Tim, I update the Git. If you want, you can try and import files and check if it works for you. If it will, find a problem difference. Yeah, Yeah, MIP generation is the only problem and has always been. Like, everything works except for the MIPs. But we can probably check it later on. I think if I can just get this blit to work here. Okay, let's do it like this. Set render attachment final destination. Then we do no, that won't work. Or actually, it might. Yeah, set render attachment final destination. And then we do it like this. Execute pass blitter dot blit texture. I want to do context.cmd. I want to blit where I set both source and destination, material and pass. So we do data.source, data.destination, data.material 0. Why? Fuck it, we will do it like this then. What I want to try is I want to blit the camera color into this one, because we know that works. So this one is created here. Can we do it like this then? Can we change the render attachment after? Or we can do, oh, yeah. Set render attachment, final destination is 1. Builder dot set render attachment, that's data dot destination 0. Okay, so we have 2. Okay. Then we do blit texture, and we want to do pass. Here we go. Source scale material pass. So we do data dot source vector 2 dot 1 data dot material, and pass we do 0. Why can't I write? There we have it. So we blit into that texture first, and then we do cmd data.destination vector 2.1 data.material and 1. This is pretty much a test. Like, I want to see what this like creating the texture description here and explicitly stating that we want MIPS works. I want to see, this is a test to see both if this, so when we blit to this one, if it works, so this one, and then we can double check this one. We'll see. Error. Trying to use which one is it whining about? Create texture import, scene RT handle. We call setup. Oh yeah, did I? Yeah. We want to take this one and we want to bring it up here. I want to leave this one here. I think it's this one, because we want to set it to global later on. Okay, that's not it. Execution, but It's really strange that such a simple problem requires so much work. I agree 100%. In my case, it's the combination of wanting the texture to be global and wanting to auto-generate MIPS. Those two doesn't seem to jam. Still... Maybe it would be a lot easier to just take 5 pixels to calculate the average. I mean, just fastest blur. Yeah, like the backup plan is always to generate our MIPS ourselves. But I want to avoid it. But that's probably what we will end up doing. What is it complains about here? Reallocate if needed. We import texture up here. Create texture. Create texture works here. Active color texture. Oh. Nah. Is it this one? I don't think so. Create scene texture 6458. This one, and what did we have more? 8. Okay. So this one. Yeah, when we try to use this one, I mean without MIP generation, just to make a blur shader which take the original color texture. Oh yeah. No. It's gonna be way quicker if we have MIP to rely on. I'm pretty sure. And like I use my MIP levels for a lot of other stuff apart from blurring. So I 100% need these. If we can get this to work as well, like whatever we do with create scene texture, we're gonna have to do with the outlines render feature as well, because I need both the outlines and the scene texture MIP leveled. That's why I'm so determined to get this to work. So it complains about destination here, right? But what is wrong with this? Pass data destination. We use the exact same thing here. Do I do anything differently here? Pass data, destination handle, render graph, create texture. No, we don't. Set render attachment. It's the fact that we don't... maybe. Maybe. Still, what the fuck? I really want to understand the point of MIP generation, your idea. Use width for outlines, but how it helps. I can probably go through all the use cases eventually. Why do we get an error here? Final destination, import texture, scene RT handle. Reallocate it here if needed. Create texture. Raster render pass. Which one is the culprit? Okay. So here we render from source to destination. Here we render to final destination. That doesn't seem to work. So it's it might actually be Okay, so it's when we set the destination here. If we create a data, create a texture like data, we can't. Like, why can't we use it as a source? Is my question. I want to do it up here. As I know, you can't use textures created in render graph outside the render graph. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we're trying to get around here. That's like the initial problem. No, you're entirely correct. And that's what makes this such a delicate problem, I would say. It was a lucky. What is your source of learning shader programming? Is there any good course or book to get started? For internet, this is wonderful, man. There exists a lot of good resources online. My foundation in shader programming I got from university, but like if you're doing shader programming with HLSL and Unity, mail me and I can send you a list of some good resources. Like, the whole point. So this is it. We have a render feature. So if we take a look at this pass, here we actually generate a texture which we send to another pass. This is pretty straightforward and easy. Worst case scenario, we're gonna have to do that. Do a custom transparent object rendering feature. But you should also be able to like extract a texture from. You should be able to render content to a render texture or to a texture in a render pass, and then you extract that information to a texture that appears or that exists outside of render graph, right? That's actually what we're doing. It's only that we don't get the MIPS. The damn MIPS, man. And I'm not really trying to do something extremely weird here. Basically what I'm doing is I create a texture here, a texture handle, a destination. I want to write to it and I want to read from it in 2 different blits. It should be pretty straightforward, but for some reason it isn't. I'm just going to do this. Source. This works, right? Pass index. Oh, yeah. It's not pass. It's... Oh, fuck me. I misunderstood this stuff as well. I think rendering one texture to another and then to another bad and overcomplicated idea. Sometimes that's what you need to do, but the only reason we do it in this case is because I want to test some stuff. I want to see if we can get the automatic MIP map generation by doing a little bit of a detour. And what I learned, set pass to 0 always. No, that's not the case. So like pass here refers to your shader pass, if I'm not mistaken. So for instance, this shader is simple, it only has one pass. But if we take a look at, what do I have? Terrain, snow shader maybe. This one has two passes. So we have a color pass and we have a shadow caster pass. So if we would like to render using the shader, but we want to do the shadow pass, then we would set a 1 here. Or 1 here, I mean. So depends on your shaders. Usually you always want to go with 0 or the default fragment output. Why I set it to 1 here is because I misunderstood. I thought it was the index we render to. So here I set 2 render attachments, 0 and 1, and I want to... So this is a misunderstanding. Like, I want to do 2 blitz. For the first one I want to render to this target, and for the second one I want to render to this target. So my bad, my bad. Look at those, I'm trying to learn render pass in HLSL, but I don't know, get how the process... Yeah, there's so much information. I agree. Honestly, just learn by doing. Start with simple shaders and go to... and like increase the complication of what you're writing slowly. But this is what I want to do, I think. Don't we have... Like, can't I switch between render targets here? So if you have 2 textures, you need to try blit them in 2 different passes instead of doing it in 1 pass. Yeah, that's what bothers me. In the previous render graph solution, or custom renderer features, you could do multiple blitz. You can try set render func twice. That's true. Yeah. I get it. But fuck, I wonder... I'm not sure that will work. But we could... Or actually, we can try it like this. I think I'm gonna check if we can... Create scene texture pass. This one right here. Create scene texture pass. Here we have it. I want to see if this one is generated. Yeah, maybe we can do builder twice. That's true. All I want to try is I want to check if this one... I want to check if this one generates with MIPS. That's what I want to do. Because I have this theory that the only reason we don't get MIPS is because our texture handle doesn't support it. Yeah, we will see. We will get extremely experimental soon, I think. But let's see here, can we... I want to get a preview of this texture other than... Do we have... Like, I would just want to be able to see if this one has MIPS. That's all I want to do. And this one doesn't exist. This one exists. So basically we have created a texture within render graph. I want to get that text. I want to move. Ooh, maybe. I wonder if we can do render graph dot add copy pass would love this one here. Let's just do Oh yeah, okay. I didn't know. Let's get it outside of the builder then. I just want to do destination is equal to render graph dot create texture scene texture description. Add copy path destination final destination. Let's see what this yields. Then we have the same fucking issue as previously. Draw transparent objects, plane, scene texture. Okay, no MIPS for this one either. Okay. Good to know. We get the correct texture though. But let's see here. So if we don't do this, we want to get... Oh yeah, you're entirely correct. Frame data. Let's move this one up to here as well. Then we do resource data. We get this descriptor instead. Enable draw transparent objects. Okay, this one doesn't work, but create scene texture paths. Copy path utility, here we have. Get this one. How does that make sense? Yeah, this one. We get the final, we get the texture to its final place or final destination, but we still don't have MIP maps. That's honestly crazy. That's insane. Okay. Why you don't want to import and test solution I made if it works? Yeah, we might do that later on. Like, I don't... Honestly, like, I just don't want this... I'm not content with only getting this to work. I want to get to the bottom of it. Like, why doesn't it work? What piece of information is missing here? Why does it auto-generate MIPS in that case, but not in this case? Is it a blitter? Like, I want to get the knowledge as well. So it's not only the end goal. So what I wonder here is, could it be... Okay, so this is a new theory. When we do the blit, when we do a default blit, it tries to copy all of the MIPS, but our source doesn't have MIPS. Could it be that it overrides the generated MIPS? So I wonder if we can do this one. We need this builder here because we need to do this. But if we do add blit pass, source data dot active color texture, destination, final destination, vector 2.1, vector 2.0, 0, 0, there's 1, source MIP 0, destination MIP 0, num MIPS 0. Yeah, so why don't we get anything in this case? Okay, so if we do 1, I guess. Tim, I see no reason to set global texture every frame if it changes only in setup. Oh, yeah, maybe. But this is pretty much... I think we got this from the official Unity examples. And it's to mark... It's to make so that this one doesn't get released, or the data in this one doesn't get released after this pass. We want to keep it around. If we don't have this one here, if we don't keep this one around here, this one and the content of this one will be released after the pass, I think. But nevertheless, it's all very experimental now. We're just trying to make it work first, and then we can optimize. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, let me see if I can get you the source later on this shit. Are you serious? Is this the only thing? Jesus fucking Christ. Have I spent... Okay, we learned something at least. Okay, I'm happy that we have probably solved this. It looks a little bit shit. We want to get it more blurry. Can we do -1 here? Yeah, it's just that the default blit pass has 1 in MIP level. Get the fuck out. This is insane. Yeah, there we get them all by -1. And then I want to do... The only thing is... Yeah. I'm not too... So we get, when we generate these MIPS, we get... I would like some bilinear filtering here, I suppose. Or some filtering when we generate the MIPS. Can we do... source MIP, destination MIP. I want to see what happens. Okay. Clamp bilinear. You will sample the texture with sampler state and described filtering. No. I don't think... I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, we can do that as well, but what I'm looking at here is how the different MIP map levels are generated. You can see that we have... If we just take a look at how the texture looks... Now let's see here. And if I have a... So currently we get MIP maps that looks like this. But that's not usually what you have. If we take... If we take this one texture... Don't I have MIPs on this one? Maybe I have it in this one. That's not what I want. So I think you need to just describe the filtering and texture description before allocation. Oh, if that's... I thought you meant when we were reading the texture in the shader later on. Maybe you're right. Fuck, maybe you're right. So we're talking... here... filter mode is equal to... I'm not sure, but it's worth a try. Or am I understanding you correctly? We do filter mode here. I don't think this is the descriptor we use. Maybe. So usually when you get the automatic MIP map generation, you downsample it with some averaging, right? That's what we're missing right now. And you might be onto something. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. Nah. It might actually be... did we try clamp? Not clamp by linear. Don't we have any dot? Is this the only ones we have? Clamp by linear. It's the default. I really thought this was... I really thought this was... Maybe we can do this instead. And let's see here, num mips. We do num mips. I don't think there's any way around it. So it's basically, we blit the full resolution texture into a much smaller texture, and we just get the... Because what I would like to get, let me just show so everything is crystal clear, what I'm anticipating here. So if we pause here and we do frame debugger and we take a look at our highlighter, highlight render pass. So then we get this blit texture here, and if we downsample this to the MIPS, we get this blurred version of the MIP map, right? This is what I want to achieve. Instead, what we get is, it's as if we were to sample the texture with a point sampler instead of a bilinear sampler, right? And I can't really work with this. Although it's pretty cool, but... Okay, so that's unfortunate. I wonder what we can do about that. So what I think is happening, or what I'm pretty sure is happening, is that when we do the split pass, we tell it to include all of the MIPS, but the source texture is, so the source texture stays full resolution, and we just render it to smaller and smaller textures without filtering it. And I just want to see what happens if we take... so Tim, you also have to make, like, this is builder based, right? I don't think we can do it outside of the builder, and it's quite different than going shader dot set global texture. I'm pretty sure if we get rid of this one that we won't have access to our scene texture at all. Oops. Yeah, then our scene texture is just a default 4x4. But okay, so this is one step closer to what we want to achieve. But we're still missing the goalposts. What the fuck? Yeah, so we don't generate MIPS here, we blit MIPS. In texture description. Try bind ms equals true. Bind ms equals true. Okay. Oh, you mean this one? You mean this one? Yeah. And let's try it. It's worth trying around. But I'm gonna have to mention one thing here. Let's see. Draw transparent objects. Let's see. I would be so pleased if this was the answer. Oh. I want to try one thing. I want to see source MIP, num slices source MIP. I want to try 6, 0. One sec. Source MIP 6. So what I was thinking here is that we take number 6 in the MIP level for source and we put it at 0 MIP level on the destination, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Instead, we just don't get a 6. What the hell? Because what is happening now, let's see if I can paint this real quick. I'm pretty sure. Like painting it might be a bit tedious. Let's see if I can make it a little bit easier to understand. So when we generate our MIPS, we have the source texture, and then we have the destination texture. We have our MIP pyramid. You also have to set MSAA samples greater than 1. Yeah, like I don't use MSAA currently in my project, so I don't think it will. We can try it, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. So what I think is happening is we have the source texture, we have the destination texture. When we blit this source into this one, we just take pixel per pixel. They have the same size. Then when we blit when we blit the second MIP level, we actually take MIP level 0 from source, because I don't think source has any lower MIP levels. And we blit it into a texture that is half width, half height. So we just take every other pixel from this one. And then we go on and on and on. And that's why we get such pixelated MIPs. Usually what you do when you generate the MIPs, you do some sort of filtering, right? MSAA samples. 2. Actually, let's set it to. Isn't it greater or equal to 1? We don't have MSAA samples here. Yeah. Let's take a look at this one, actually. We try to blit from a texture that doesn't have MIP maps, right? So yeah, unfortunately, what we want to do here is we want to keep it basic. And then we're back to square 1. Which is this. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to do something like this. Okay, so I'm not giving up just yet. Render target info. Let's take a look at this one actually. And what more did we have? Import resource params. We're gonna take a look at those. BindMS looks like not the solver because it requires using texture 2D MS. Yeah. So MSAA, so it's like multi-sampling, anti-aliasing, right? And like, first of all, my project, I've been wanting to implement MSAA for my outlines, but I haven't gotten around to it just yet. So the outlines in my, or my whole project actually runs without MSAA enabled. So when we work with render graph stuff and the active camera texture, I don't think MSAA will do anything. But let's take a look at these. Render target info, very interested. Unity. What do we have here? Oh, here we have it again. Bind MS, format, height, MSAA samples, volume, depth, width. Nothing of interest. Oh, I've looked at these previously. Clear color, clear on first use, discard on last use. We could also do, let's see here, scene RT handle. Some information isn't getting passed on. That's the problem. Like, this information doesn't seem to hold true for the render handler we have here. Rendering utils dot reallocate if needed. Render texture descriptor. That one we send down. Filter mode, point, texture wrap mode, an ISO level, mipmap bias. I have no idea. Mipmap bias. What's that supposed to be? I'm gonna show one thing. I think we can. Yeah, let's take a look at one thing we can do soon. Mipmap bias. I'm a little bit interested in mip-map bias, actually. But I think we could do something like this, if we want to go crazy. Source mip equals to 0. Or what is it? Source mip 0. Isn't it something like this? Source mip 0, destination mip 0, num mips 1. And then I wonder if we can do this. Vector 2 scale. This also feels extremely fucked. What is it? 12.5. Let's just see what we get from this. The team, I'll go. Thank you so much for all the input and back and forth. Appreciate it. Will do. I need to run soon as well. Okay, we scale it. Fuck, do we need to offset it as well? Yeah, this is not the solution. MIP map bias. Okay. Okay, so we're pretty much back where we started. I've gotten some knowledge out of it, I suppose. Render graph create texture. Now I'm pretty sure this is what makes it work. The render passes. It's a scriptable. Nah, this one. Okay. Scriptable render pass. Record render graph. On camera cleanup. Okay. Could we rely on this one instead? And then maybe we can move this one. Let's see. So in setup here we do is equal to, but we need the render graph, don't we? Where can we create this one? I think I'm gonna explore this, but unfortunately I won't have time today. I need to run. Create. Because I'm pretty sure When we create this texture, we generate MIP maps after we draw to it. When we import a texture, we don't. This is pretty much the strongest point of error I have right now. But if we create it like this, and we don't explicitly use it in other passes, it will be released here, or right after it's created. This, however, would possibly fix that. I think. But we have this little remark. So just need to figure out how to get around this one. But yes, we're gonna do that tomorrow. I need to run now. I really hope this is the answer. I really, really hope this is the answer. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.